We're back. This time with Split Fiction. I should turn on. And I brought a friend with me, this time in person.
Hello. I am friend.
Unfortunately, your little penguin doesn't move because we're sharing a mic.
Yeah.
Meaning I might be a little bit quiet. Because I'm looking the wrong way. Because I'm an idiot sometimes. But friend, aka Tava, can't not speak into the mic because the mic is on the way to looking at the screen. Alright.
So I'm basically hijacking this room.
Yeah. Or you're me too. Because it's my PC. And we're on local play. So you're also Nea now. Congratulations.
Thank you. Always wants to be me.
Cinematic mode.
Boy, I love.
Welcome to Raider Publishing, where stories come to life.
Hi, I got an invitation. I'm a writer.
Oh, great. Go ahead and fill in your information, and then make your way over to the elevators.
Okay. Wait, hold the door! Whew, that was close. Hi. Excuse me? Can I ask you something? Have you been published before? Nope. No, me neither. Whew. My parents always say I should quit writing and get a real job, but look at me now. So what's your story about? It's science fiction. Oh, sci-fi. Sci-fi's cool. I write fantasy. Look, I don't mean to be rude and all, but I really don't do small talk. Oh, okay. Nice to meet you too.
Hello, I am Raider, owner and founder of Raider Publishing. And I believe that everything great that happened in the world first happened in someone's imagination.
Excuse me, miss. This way,
We
please.
proudly
Oh,
offer
sorry.
as participants the opportunity to truly set one's creativity free. Unlike other publishing houses, we're on the verge of releasing a product that will reshape the foundation of the entire industry. Stories have been told and retold pretty much in the same way since
Do we
the
get to
dawn
wear
of
these?
Yes, the suits will help us pinpoint and track your
our
synchronization.
cutting-edge technology.
Track and synchronize
Your
what?
stories will
Mr. Raider will fill you in on the details shortly.
immersive event. Why read,
Assassin.
watch a story
Playing
when you
assassin.
can live it, touch it, feel it. My fellow writers, let me introduce the machine, my life's work, the heart of this company. You will all undergo a unique simulation of your story. And during the experience, we will record and store it all, and then package and publish. Welcome to the next chapter of storytelling. Yes.
Hi. Hey, I'm Zoe. Sounds amazing. I just wanted to thank you for giving me, us this opportunity to get published. Lord knows it is rough being an unpublished writer these days, am I right? Are you saying that we're gonna be plugged into that machine?
Yes, you are.
I was told that we were here for a publishing deal. Get paid and that's it. I didn't sign up for a medical procedure.
Oh, trust me, this is no medical procedure whatsoever. Just try to relax and you'll enjoy the experience.
Right. Sure.
Then, without further ado, activate the suits.
This is so cool.
Please step onto your assigned platforms to begin your journey.
Welcome.
I will say.
Please
I
step on your
sci-fi
assigned platform.
Right for nothing.
It's time to unleash your full creative potential. Go.
Screw this. I won't do it. I won't do it. Please return to your platform, ma'am. I can't do this.
Calm down, return to your platform.
I won't do it, okay?
We cannot shut this down now. Do you understand? You have to proceed.
No. No, I said I'm out.
Ma'am, I told you this is perfectly
Get off
safe.
me.
No, no, no.
No,
You come with
no.
me. Listen, it's
is
time.
this?
You
What
can't
is this?
shut. No!
Oops.
Hey.
Oh.
Who already?
Hmm?
We already knew.
Yeah. I like the personality descriptions.
Observers.
Reserved, decisive, realist introvert. Raised in the city with her father. Mio has for the last couple of years barely scraped by. She isn't really here to seek any professional recognition. She's here for the money.
Zoe. Charismatic, empathetic, optimistic, extrovert. That's totally me.
Yeah, both of us.
Totally. Cheerful country girl with a deep need to prove herself to her family. She's not a complete failure. No. Zoe hopes that this publishing deal will solve all of her problems.
Sounds like opium, alright.
Easy things to play.
Money.
Totally.
So cute.
You? What are you doing here?
Wait, what?
What are you doing in my story?
Something bad is going on here.
Yeah, like you're ruining my chance to get published.
No, listen to me. What was that?
Watch where you point those things.
There is something this publisher is not telling us.
Well, all I can see is that they have given me exactly what I signed up for.
You don't understand. We need to get out of here.
Not we, you. I need to get published. Just please leave my story.
Trust me, that is exactly what I want to do, okay? What is that?
Yeah, and take that glitch thingy thing, whatever it is, with you.
That came with me.
Yes, and neither you or that belong to me.
Oops.
Glitchy thingy thing.
Where are we?
I think this is my story.
What the hell is going on?
Yep. This is definitely my story.
What kind of a crazy story have you written?
Listen, I don't want to be here either, okay? I just want to get out.
And how do we do that?
I don't know. But something tells me we need to find that glitch.
Are you sure?
No!
Okay.
Yes,
Just think
split
we do.
fiction. I can double jump.
So you have no clue where that glitch might be?
All I know is that we're in my story.
You had to fall into my simulation, didn't you?
Let's just focus on getting out of here.
Super Mario flashback. Oh. Why the heck is sprinting on me? I gotta change my keybinds. I cannot have sprinting on V. What the heck? Sprint, 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 sprint.
Just. Oh, girl.
Why is nice?
Oh, dash.
Yeah, there's like the dash on shift and so I'm gonna move downward and alt or something. I guess.
Let's check out that console.
Okay, can you explain the situation, please?
We're freedom fighters, reclaiming our home from galactic invaders.
No, not this story. In the real world, what happened?
I wanted to leave, but they wouldn't let me.
Are you sure this isn't just some sort of misunderstanding?
Look, I was fighting them when I fell into your simulation.
Wait, there was a fight?
We've got company.
I think we're supposed to never fight.
Oh, crap! Whoa! Look out, look out, look out!
Let's move.
Keep it together, Zoe.
Just that.
Keep it together.
It's broken. It just got shot out of its
Bloody hell! Now that's a proper ion cannon!
Okay. Nice. Ooh.
Don't look down!
Okay, it's very
That's actually kind of
Free
a
aim.
view.
nice. Hello. Alright.
We're still searching for
Grab
the
a
glitch,
point.
right?
What else do you think we're doing?
Getting lost?
More
Going
grab.
insane? Bo, you tell me.
No. The glitch has to be around here somewhere. It has to.
You need to.
Oh,
It's slowing down! Are you alright? I'm fine.
oh great. Okay.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. I see.
So, how does this work?
Oh, big
Do you
run.
know what will happen next
Oh.
in the story?
Oh,
Sort of. Come again? Writing it
Perfect
and
sync.
experiencing it is a totally different ballgame.
Let's hope there's a plan to safely separate us and return me back to my story.
You're
I wouldn't
flattered.
bet on it.
You
Just
can
because
stand
you
up
blew your shot to get published doesn't mean that I have to blow mine.
Oh.
No, I think they're up to something fishy. I just don't know what yet.
Okay. Okay. Oh, I see. Alright. Done. No one
There's a
died.
ship here. Yeah, you can hijack it.
Hijack the ship. Noted.
Oh, like,
Oh, at the same time, I think.
like the bar.
Oh.
And we have takeoff.
I love standing on top of the
Holy.
ship when there's fire.
Fireworks.
Very calling. Calling.
Aim for the water!
Oh. Flop. Okay, I see the up and down. Alright. I can also just control that with my mouse. Why would I? Oh,
Still no sign of the glitch.
well that's lovely. Where go? Okay, up. I couldn't activate that one. 1 second. Let me grab it. Oh, wow. Oh, hello.
He's
This is-
cool as a camel! That's not an actual saying.
Okay, I guess we're keeping cool as a camel.
Can you handle a gun turret?
Is that a common question you ask?
Or any weapons for that matter?
I had a slingshot when I was a kid.
All right.
Sweet. Slingshot it is. Oh.
That's our ship! Get it! What? It's our only way out of here!
Alright.
Oh!
We're getting. Whoa. Ow. It deleted the path under me.
Holy shit, he
Er-
just died.
What did? Okay.
Gonna turn.
I get a ship.
Why are we flying towards the storm? We don't have a choice. I wrote it this way. Oh, well, that's just
Right.
splendid.
Don't go again. Why
I hit it!
Ah, okay, it's inverted. Okay, got it. 1 second. I gotta fix that. It's inverted. Why is it inverted? Camera assistance. Invert vertical flying. You also want that off?
As in, point up, you go down?
Well, currently it's if I press double, like if I press W, I go down. If I press S, I go up. Like,
No, I
okay.
like that.
Okay, you like that. Cool. Okay. I don't. Okay. Now I'm game.
I got one!
strong grip on that turret.
I did not sign up for this!
Fantasy right for you.
Over there! The glitch! Come on!
Run! Whoa! Into the glitch.
That's cool.
Very cinematic. Nope.
Playing Mass Effect, playing D&D.
Heck yeah.
Actually, never mind.
This is more.
Shrek.
Yeah.
Fable.
Yeah. Honestly, it reminds me more.
Of it, right?
It reminds me more of World of
Wait.
Warcraft than it does of
Are we
D&D.
back in your story
Yeah.
again?
Yeah, but it's not the same one as earlier.
What the hell is going on?
I don't know.
But you wrote this, didn't you?
I can't keep track of all my ideas.
All your ideas.
Fair.
We only submitted
Relatable.
one.
What do we do? Do we fight them?
What?
Run! Definitely run!
Knights are corny!
All right, your desert storm was a masterpiece!
Not horny.
I'm glad we got to keep our double jump at least. That is lovely. That guy has a lot of barrels up there.
So, in the story, incoming!
Uh-oh.
You savages!
Okay.
Watch out!
We bail. Oh my goodness. Oh, back down we go. Okay. Whoa.
Oh, oh,
Oh.
bye.
Oh. Almost got hit by that guy. Oh. Lucky. Ow. Okay. Sweet.
This is crazy. You're crazy.
Well, I didn't submit this story for a reason.
But it exists because of you. You wrote it.
Don't forget who created this mess when you crashed into my simulation.
Oh. Alright. Oh, I dashed too far. Don't dash too far. Man, this really grinds my gears.
Oh, oh. Slide.
Ah, I see.
God damn it.
You've got to have faith when you leave.
Eagle.
Hmm.
Jump.
Where am I?
Where are
Here. Oh. We can get in and out of the heat.
Something's up ahead.
Oh my god. Ah. Alright. Oh,
Are these
I got
lemons?
lemon. Oh, you can go past. I'll throw a lemon on his mouth, alright? You ready? No, go to the other side. He'll turn around to me. I throw a lemon on his butt and then he go, hey, who did this?
Right.
I think then you do the same for me. Ready? Beautiful. I think now you should be able to just pass. There's so many lemon trees.
Okay, let's
This is
scramble.
so cute. The lemon tree.
That's long.
Oh, beautiful. Okay. Okay.
Oh!
Did you trigger that? Did you chop his head off?
Yeah, I stepped on this.
Okay.
What is wrong with these guys? Well, plundering gets them excited.
Uh-huh. That's a lot of excitement.
Look! The glitch!
Oh, great. Of
But
course
how
it's
are
on
we
top of the
supposed
tower.
to reach it?
By running.
Necessity.
Yup.
Shit! That's awful! Damn it!
This is very calming.
Almost there!
Very, very calming. Totally not stressful. Whatsoever. God, like 300 guys follow after us.
Holy
It's aim
shit!
star.
That was a close call. Oh no. Are we in another one of your stories?
No. This is something else.
Then what is this place?
Whatever it is, I think the glitch has something to do with it.
Yeah, it's acting weird.
Oh, it has the zoomies.
Whoa. What is going on?
I don't know. Can you hear that?
It must be coming from...
Consequences of this action.
What is this glitch?
Sir, the machine was never designed for two people at the same time.
It seems like their combined presence overloaded the entire system, causing it to glitch.
This is not supposed to happen. Can't we stop them?
We don't know yet, but we need to find a solution before the machine takes damage.
Damn it. What's the status of the other participants?
All stable. The machine is fully operational and is successfully extracting all of their ideas.
Uh-oh.
Except these two. Okay, let's fix this. I don't want to hear problems, I want solutions. Go!
Extracting all of their ideas.
I was doing perfectly fine until you came along.
But they're trying to steal all of our ideas, not just the ones that we submitted.
Oh no. Oh, what about my publishing deal?
Don't you get it? There is no
Yeah.
publishing deal. We need to get out of here.
But how? How do we get out? Is that even possible?
Not sure. But they seem to get real worried about those glitches. I mean, look what it did. If we find more of them, I believe it might crash the whole system and we can break free.
Whoa, hang on. So you want to go through more of your crazy stories?
My crazy stories? Do you think I'm excited about meeting your stupid giants again?
Yeah,
Actually,
no.
they were not giants.
Or
They were trolls.
trolls.
Whatever. It's either glitch hunting or we let them steal everything.
You're right. Are all your stories sci-fi?
Yeah. So?
I figured. You know, I really don't understand how one can enjoy sci-fi. It's just so...
What?
Ugh, depressing.
Like I'm a fan of fantasy. It is by far the most overrated and pretentious genre.
Great.
I disagree with
I'm
both
Zoe,
of
by the way.
those.
Same.
Mio.
Both good.
Ooh,
Okay,
I love that
Mio.
outfit.
Where are we?
They really are stealing our ideas.
So this isn't the story you submitted?
No. I wrote this a couple years ago.
Okay. What's it about?
Revenge.
Revenge? Well, that sounds dangerous. And what is this?
Come on.
Careful!
Whoa!
It's a gravity whip.
What are you doing up there? Ugh. What kind of a revenge story is this?
It's very simple and straightforward. We are cyber ninjas hunting down the boss of the SRI crime syndicate.
In what world is any of that simple?
Let's just go through the story and find the glitch, okay?
I'm gonna lose my mind.
I can watch you whip. What's your name?
Oh,
So what did you hit yourself?
It's your weapon. It doesn't
Huh?
look like a weapon.
No, I
Treat
can't
it
hit
with
you.
respect.
I can't hit you. Wait, no, I. What? Don't kill me.
Except I hit you. That's
Don't.
the-
You already hit me.
Oh, I did.
You killed me.
Oh.
Lovely. You got them grabber skills.
Hold still. What a warm
Oh, that's
welcome.
pretty.
What? It had wrong.
You gotta grapple,
Oh.
not weapon attack. Don't whip it. Oop.
Thing, but
You have to do more swinging, maybe? Ooh. Okay. Oh, you're cleaning up. All right. This is trippy.
Care to elaborate on this story? Locate the boss, take her down, get out. When you say take her down, what are you suggesting?
Can you
Cold-blooded
place
assassination.
this on top of this?
Oh dear.
Can you like gently place it down? Or can you place it?
I
Can you
think
go-
I just
Oh, just wall walk. Yeah. Okay. There's something to whip with Nene for me.
Aruba. No way.
Like, now I can't. Fortunes are green box. Looks great. Oh. Hold on. Where can go over here? What do you throw?
Stand on them.
Nope. Can you throw it at that barrel? It looks like things that I should take down on there, but I don't know how I could like stand on them if they're like floating in the water.
I'm sure I have to do something.
Yeah. I don't know what else you could do with them or not, if you could like use them, because they do look like you can stand on them. Unfortunately, I can't. Oh, I can grab from over here. This doesn't give me the prompt. Okay, that's... Now you can. Hold on.
By the way, what exactly are we avenging?
The fall of society. That sounds dramatic, but pretty vague. The city's being bled dry by the crime syndicate's corruption.
And we're here to
gist.
Fun. I think I have to make a path.
Yeah, yeah.
You wanna go? Which side do you wanna go? This one?
Easy! This gravity shift situation won't spiral out of control, will it?
Yeah, about that.
Because I get bad motion sickness.
You'll be all right.
Oh. Spin open the big door. I just slash this one. Stop. Other side? I love like the silhouette with glowing.
Whoa! Okay.
Okay.
This might get a little trickier than I anticipated. So much for very simple and straightforward. Yeah. But damn, what a view.
Wall. Oh, gotta get on the cart. Oh. Ow.
So, how do you think this simulation works? What do you mean?
Oh, there's a
Considering that
problem.
Raider wants to extract all of our ideas, does this mean we'll go through all of them?
Not sure. But as long as the glitch keeps messing with the machine, I'm ready for whatever.
Agreed.
Ah.
I need to stand on.
Oh, okay.
Woo!
Ah, I see. Smash the window. Oh,
I can't reach the crane. Oh, that's my job, I think.
perfect. Pull me. Pull the lever from the lever.
On the lever.
From the lever. Oh.
Let me just borrow this.
Oh. Okay. Make that go. Yes, oh, nice. I love that they honk in this thing. That looks healthy, alright, let's go.
Wow. Smells like my gym bag in here.
Where the hell do you work out?
I usually go for a swim. It's good for your joints.
Not wrong, but also why does it smell like that? Oh, I see. There's a ladder. I think there was a ladder. Yeah.
You're good to go.
Ladder.
Okay. Oh, I'm just on the bottom of this. All here on the. Oh, I was looking at your screen. 1 second, please. Okay. escaping. Oh. Oh. Ow.
Why would anyone want to live in the city? It's so loud and dirty.
I wasn't
The
like
countryside
the grab up
would
one.
bore me to death.
Oh, and the light pollution? It dims all the stars at night.
Stars are overrated.
What? What the heck? Yo, what do you mean the stars are overrated? What the heck?
Come on! It won't budge.
Step back. Stop. Hands above your heads.
What now? Just follow my lead. We're gonna fight our way through this.
I've never been in a fight before.
What were you expecting? We're cyber ninjas.
Suspect is in debt with the SRI. Lethal force is authorized.
Lethal force?
Let's take them out!
Oh yeah. What from you're just pulling? What? I got pushed off. Oh, did my right here was. Okay. Did my grappler push off? The momentum?
Yes.
I love that you're
Taste my blade!
Oh, it's a grenade.
Stuff on the floor. There's a lot of stuff on the floor. I don't want to big enough. Drop some stuff.
Big volley incoming!
Ah,
Just gonna keep focusing. Okay. This is just bye bye.
Brace yourself, Zoe!
Oh well. Off we go.
oh,
Ow!
Lads.
break
Was that
every
really
bone in your
necessary?
body.
Oh, stop complaining. Come on, let's progress the story.
Thank goodness it's a story and
Mio? What is that?
It's not a part of my story, that's for sure.
It doesn't look like a glitch.
No. More like a portal or something.
Ooh, I wonder where it goes.
We should avoid the risk of getting even more lost in here.
But couldn't it be worth exploring? Who knows, we might find some answers.
Or it might be a trap.
Or something useful.
You're so positive.
Couldn't be me.
Grabba, where we go?
Bubble.
Fascinating.
Great. And now we're stuck.
They weren't kidding when they said extracting all of their ideas.
So we're back in one of your stories again?
Yes and no. This is more like an unfinished idea I once explored.
So, what kind of idea is this?
Well, this might be better to show and not tell.
I'm already regretting this.
I love our outfits, by the way.
So, Raider isn't just stealing all of our stories, but our unfinished ideas as well.
Yeah, this is bad.
Oh, you can keep momentum. Heck yeah.
Glad those sharks are dead. They don't look friendly.
Yeah, those are dead.
Surely all the other ones we see are also gonna be dead, right? Right?
Now, let's traverse the sands of time.
Literally.
Literally! Whoa! Yep, these ones are alive. And hungry.
Whoa.
We're safe on the rocks.
Woo!
Shark! Shark!
Okay.
I've got its attention.
Oh, I
Stop!
see. Okay,
Zoe,
no,
watch
no.
out! Why did
Stay
I
there.
include quicksand?
And you bump him that way, then I can run across the next pillar and distract him again. Okay. No, you have to go to the next pillar on your side.
Oh.
Okay. You ready?
Oh, it's gonna get you! Whoa! I'm out of beats, Zoe!
Okay, hold on, I'm stuck.
3.
Get out of the sun!
Right?
Ish.
Oh, okay.
No more juice! Better
Hold on.
hurry!
I gotta wait for you. Okay. Oh. Boom. This is lovely.
Just passing through, fishies.
Sweet, sweet, innocent fishy. Button. Oh, we get a slide. What do we want? Cool.
I forgot about the shark pool!
Okay.
Ah! Alright. There's a grab up one.
So what's going on in here? Why are we in an hourglass?
Oh, you know, it's like they say, time heals all wounds.
Whoa, look
And
at
what
that.
about the sharks then?
I haven't figured that out yet, but they are exciting.
That's cool. Oh. Oh. My camera was stuck inside the pillar there for a second. Nice. Understandable though. Ooh.
got a plan to get us across?
Yeah. Jump!
Oh, there's
This is
Slipper.
crazy! Crazy awesome! I don't know!
I would kind of enjoy
Huh?
you jump and then you grab up back on.
Yeah, I could probably. Die.
Desert music. This is fun. I wish I had a bigger like field of view. I feel a bit zoomed in. But
Freaking out!
it's cool. Oh, okay. Splitting the fiction. Yes, Rock, we're splitting the fiction. That was the creepiest
Wait, are we back
penguin.
in
What
your
do you
story
mean?
again? Yeah.
Thanks.
He's
In
not
the
a
exact
creepy
same spot that
penguin.
we left from.
Whoa. Where did it go?
I don't know. It looks like it got removed from the simulation.
Removed? Does that mean we saved my idea from being stolen?
I guess so.
Yes! Then let's keep an eye out for more of these side stories.
Yeah, but our focus should be on hunting down those glitches and escaping.
You're right. Back to being a violent cyber ninja, I suppose.
Not
What do you
funny.
mean? That's sick.
Well,
The one
I for
eye.
one will stay vigilant for these side story
That's the ghost
portal
from
thingies.
Destiny 2.
Okay, then
That's the
I'll track
penguin.
the crime
ghost
boss.
only has
But there could be
one
some
eye.
real hidden gems in there.
My old and unfinished ideas got shelved for a reason.
Aren't they worth checking out if we can save them from Raider, though?
Fine. Maybe.
Ah. You see this? Ah. Maybe I can do that one next.
Little vandal.
I'll smash the other one. Oh, there, ladder. Grab a ladder. Grab a. Can you grab it? Oh, you need to smash the window here. So I can... Yeah.
Wow.
It is. That's the cinematic noise setting. Some things just go brown.
Chop chop!
Up in the real world, do you practice any martial arts?
I used to.
Huh.
What holds you back? You seem healthy. Not enough time or money lately.
Huh. Sounds like me. Always late, always broke.
Oh, okay. I guess I'm doing it.
I see with problem.
Oh, do it again. Go up. You can slide. Yay! Priorities.
Didn't expect cyber ninjas to commute.
I don't know about that one. You got a burning freaking.
That's a
Oh my god, that is ridiculous. Hey, fish. Oh!
Steady! Steady!
You went even, like, close to it now than
I just finished the road.
Yeah.
And
You probably came to meet it. But remember to keep an eye out for shite stories.
so it's crash.
Okay, this spot is the hideout of our crime boss.
I'm not surprised you're a club cat, Mio.
Play me techno, and I'm in heaven.
Whatever happened to real artists? Real instruments? You know, real music?
Things evolve, Granny.
Zoe is actually older than me. So
Wait, were we
Brian
not
is
supposed to go into the club?
Through the front door? We're cyber ninjas, remember?
Yeah, right. Because we've been all about stealth up until now.
Yep.
We should get going.
Oh. That is fun. There's a gramophone. Ah! My goodness. Oh, that's just, yeah.
Who is this crime boss lady exactly?
All you need to know is that we gotta take her out in order to liberate the city.
Yeah, I got that part, but what's she like?
She's a ruthless psychopath who kills for fun.
That sounds fun.
Sounds like a real gem.
Yep. Sounds like a lovely person. That's a cool view.
Well, well, well.
Oh, she's the villain voice.
Look what the cat dragged in. Are you finally here to pay your debt?
You're not getting shit.
I decide when your shit is paid. And until the mortgage is secured, your ass belongs to me.
What is she talking about, Mio?
No, don't mind her. I just wrote her as a flat, greedy villain.
Yep.
The dialogue sounds oddly specific, though.
Say hello to Mr. Hammer.
It's a bit on the nose.
In fact,
Bring it on!
Take him out.
It's hammer time! Let's hammer out the details.
One of us dies, just like right over the line.
Worthless ninjas!
Grab him. Bonk him! Bonk him! can't sing. Okay. Go ahead.
Light him up, Leo.
What's
Say
it?
hello to my little friends.
Those look explosive.
Oh, I don't want to hurt dogs. They're mechanical.
Oh. Oh. Okay.
What?
Hey, those breeds were expensive.
Okay. We don't even need to talk about it. Keep like, who needs to talk if we share a brain cell? Oh,
This guy is mental and about to be dead. Oh, shut up.
Yep.
Oh, geez.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, that's a cinematic, so how do you want to do it? I haven't seen one. Whoa! On him! Celebrity slow.
Incoming rocket! I want to go home. Don't fall.
I don't know why
What a gentle, family-friendly story you created! Kick-ass! Isn't it? No!
How very family friendly and gentle.
I'm trying! Take cover!
Thanks, buddy. Let us open the door.
I am gonna need counseling after this.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Need to meditate after.
Look! There's another portal or a side story thing up ahead.
Ooh, I want to explore it.
It's cute. Little like autumn stuff. Harvest Festival vibes. Oh.
Well, this was certainly unexpected.
Zoe, what am
We
I?
are the pigs. What
No,
the
no, no, no,
fuck?
no. Am I?
Yes, calm down. We're just pigs.
Just pigs.
Just pigs? Actually, we're super pigs.
What the hell?
I think I'm gonna have a panic attack.
Ah!
You'll warm up to your super pig powers in no time.
What?
I fart fly? Magical rainbow farts are truly the best farts. Boing boing hoo!
What is this?
I think this is your way to get on. I do this. I think we need to get over the fence, do we? That I'm standing on. Oh my goodness, you just literally split in half.
Yeah.
Your butt stays on the ground. But like at first I thought it was your tail that was like, expanding. No. Did you just stick your head in there?
Oh, I love muddy puddles.
What the hell am I doing?
Ooh, at least it's not cold.
Why are you sticking your head in the dirt? Or it's not.
I want apples.
Right! The door wants apples. Let's find them.
Okay.
Got an apple?
Found. Beat the door. Oh, we both need an apple.
That's not an apple. Why are they worshipping?
They are worshipping a bounce.
It's be the holy strawberry.
Woo! Found an apple!
Praise the holy strawberry. Oh my goodness.
Snack is served.
Delicious apples. Thank you.
This side story is wild, Zoe.
Oh, relax,
It's
girl.
wild.
Have fun. Get muddy.
I'm hungry.
Okay, cool. What's over here? Fishing? Or poop? Why is there falling poop? Why is there a broccoli forest? What's this? Oh!
Gotta love a pig bar.
Oh, thank you. I think you gotta go to the silos. I see something like a green apple. Yeah, I gotta go.
Another apple!
Shelf an apple. Like,
Maggie indeed. Sorry, what? You said
Two
me
of
or
these
something
mighty
something.
pineapples.
I do love me some apples.
some apple.
This might actually be the first idea for a story I ever wrote down as a kid.
So you're a country gal?
Yep, from head to toe. Or, I mean, from snout to hoof.
Boing.
Hold on. Oh.
Right.
The little piglet's cleaning its butt. Hooray.
Got the itchy.
Yep. Oh, this guy's hanging out.
Feed me.
Okay.
Feed me.
There's flying pig. And there's another holy strawberry. Oh! Oh, you can bounce me. You can bounce me if you go on the small side, then you go up and then you drop. So I don't know where I would go.
Then you fly.
Where do I fly though? Do I fly on the barn?
Here, yeah.
Oh,
there.
the haystack. There, yeah.
Rainbow power!
Okay, where's... Can you see this one? Oh, you gotta...
Mine's over here.
Looks like there's some big massive basket. Haha.
Yeah, you can lower the basket.
Okay, so do that. they passing gas. Sorry, I have to pop out this there, it makes it a bit laggy, but my chat and my everything just vanished.
Oh.
So I had to quickly like pop out and reload.
I do. How did you know I love apples?
I too love apples.
There's your tomato. Whoa, that's awesome.
A normal sized zucchini.
Your house is indestructible.
Stable, I guess. Or is it now?
Oh.
My house!
I didn't expect that farting force.
Oh, I feel kind of bad. Sorry.
Oh, he's stuck. No, he's stuck.
The house.
The train is stucky wucky. Oh, I'm also stucky wucky. Okay. You're just rolling around over there. I followed the path. There's in behind.
Can't believe I'm saying this, but
Oh,
this
no.
is kind of cozy. Yeah. This side story came out glorious.
Take the next one. Luckily there's a load of options. There is two falling from the oh. The flying pigs are pooping on.
Broccoli rules. Nothing's better than homegrown vegetables.
Yeah. Unless it's
I can. The soup.
there's your box. Okay. Oh.
Think I could get used to being a pig, actually. Oh, enjoy it while it lasts.
Well, there was a lot. There's massive zucchini.
Yeah, go slide. Yep, here we go.
What the fuck? Sausages! No way we're playing as sausages.
What the hell, Zoe?
Differently colored sausages.
Oh god! I know. Let's just end this.
I can do. Ooh. Oh no. Hold on. There's some. Oh,
Yeah, why don't I just grill myself?
hell yeah. I'm gonna grill myself. I don't know the thing.
I'm grilled to perfection.
Okay. I'm looking gorgeous. Can you flop about in the corner of my screen?
Hot! Oh, kind of nice, but ouch! I'm beautifully cooked. Ooh.
Look at us!
Okay.
Hey, hold on, I'm gonna give you some of that, and some of that.
Now I would give myself the
Okay,
chef's kiss.
yep,
Mwah.
give me some. Yep, okay. That's perfect.
I look delish.
Boing.
That's not this
The jumping is so...
So,
I love that we're just on a picnic table in the ocean.
Hey, wait, no. No.
great.
Oh, that's such a cool but it's so
Are you for real, Zoe? Like I said, I wrote it when I was a kid. What sort of devil child were you? I guess there's no easy way to tell a kid how sausages are made. That shit was traumatic. And then imagine how a 7-year-old Zoe took it.
with a story.
Let's move on. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I agree.
Apart from being a bit disturbing,
Sure looks like that idea got removed from the simulation.
So in order to save a side story, we just need to go through them.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, goodbye.
Oh, there's one on the other side. Where'd you go? Oh. I love that instead of healthy, the card is that bounce? Right? I see. Hold on. I'll go.
Hey Zoe, take him out!
Okay, you gotta take out something. The Wilhelm scream! He did the Wilhelm scream! Yeah, okay, out of there.
Like, okay.
Doesn't look like it's down on there. Oh wait, what if we toss one at the field?
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh! Yeah, okay. What the? Oh, this is... Okay, wait. Okay, you ready?
Ja.
Pounds!
Os me.
Oh, I need another one of yours. Oh, they have a spine on. Oh, yep, okay. That was professionally done. Okay.
How's it going?
Oh, no, thank you.
I'm figuring something out.
I don't know. Oh, you perfectly got the move. Okay, right. Woo. Okay, what have we got here? Ah. Oh, I see. Okay, I see. Okay. Yeah, I see. I have to activate a second browser. Okay. One.
Being a sniper ninja does have its perks, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, I truly feel blessed.
Check out that tower. That's where we're heading.
Through the door.
Is that a parking garage?
Yeah. We need to reach the top floor.
Ooh, I like this. Yay! Oh, this is fun. I love hanging on the bottom of cars.
On the bridge! Go, take him out!
Let's smoke them. Hello?
Stop shooting at me! Try me!
Like the Black Mamba. Let's grab some wheels.
Ooh, grab some wheels?
Wheels? Pick them up with your wheels?
We go get
Tell me, what are you poor souls even trying to achieve here?
Major spoilers, douchebag. We're killing you at the end.
That's cute. And then what? We always find a way to get our repayment.
Repayment? What is the inspiration behind the story, Mia? Now, Zoe.
It's time to settle the score.
Okay. That's a lot bigger than I remember writing it.
You have unpaid parking tickets. Time to die.
Excuse me?
Oh.
Corpses will be subject to towing.
no! Are you happy when you get hit with a ticket? No? But this is a bit extreme!
My garage, my rules.
You seem to be carrying a lot of frustration with the world!
Without parking rules, society collapses.
Without parking rules, society collapses.
Head back, head back!
Thank you. We're too fast and furious, man. Okay.
Jeez, all this for some parking tickets. Yep, an eye for an eye. Wouldn't it just be easier to pay them and move on?
Never. Tonight we liberate the city from parking attendants.
Your meter has officially expired.
Okay.
How do we fight back?
Just have some patience.
Oh dear, accidents happen so easily. I will have order.
This is a bit over the top.
Whoa.
Lens laser.
Okay.
Stop resisting. Start dying, please.
Oh. Oh.
Zoe, try to hit the eye! I'm trying!
Feel my automobile.
Vengeance is awesome!
I'm throwing you under the bus. If you don't like wheelies, please remove yourself from my parking lot.
I don't think I like those wheels. Both are Hot Wheels, alright?
No pyramid, no parking. I'm the monocle of death.
We're Final Fantasy gamers. I'll do a little bit of that.
Hey, I am not a parking zone.
Now you are, buddy. Now you are. Oh my goodness.
Tow some cars. Us! Ouch! I'll grind your gear.
I'm
throwing you under the bus.
Oh yeah, it's that.
Parking is in. Your violations will be met with violence.
Okay, let me in.
Vehicle violence.
Now, Zoe! Rip it out! I got it!
Okay.
Let me just park my sword right here!
Right?
Like pulling carrots!
I'm quite
I like revving more than riding.
I'm on it!
Parking at the top.
Oh my god, he's so cute and so angry. Oh!
I'll strip you! Finish it, Neo!
Hell yeah. Trumpet.
Payment declined.
You know, for cyber ninjas, on a stealth mission, we sure cause a lot of explosions.
And it's gonna get worse.
Why am I not surprised?
Next up, those guys.
How lovely.
Don't worry, I got a getaway car.
Are there even any cars left?
You take the wheel. I'll ride shotgun.
Flying is not going to lower my stress levels.
Just drive.
Ooh, now I take gun and
Keep her steady.
keep it down. That was a very nice transition.
Okay, quick instructions, please.
It's an automatic, Zoe. Just floor it.
They call that a shotgun? That's not a shotgun.
Some floating objects up ahead, Mio.
Never mind. I'll clear them.
I can just shoot all of them.
What do I do? Just stay on the road. Get in the road.
Like this, with the car, it feels a lot different. Have inverted controls.
You want me to turn it off for the car?
Yeah. I think it was just game.
Yeah, vertical flying. You just set it back.
Hang on. Oh, this is gonna be tight. I did not sign up for this. The gates are closing. Step on in. Ah, don't scratch my pig.
I didn't see that.
Oh well. We go again.
The gates are closing. Step on it. Ah, don't scratch my pig. Sweet, don't mind. Oh, I can't do this. I'm gonna close my eyes. Don't believe in yourself.
Yes, close your eyes while driving.
Huh?
I think you have to hit the blue line. The blue area that was on the line.
Oh.
All mine. All mine. Oh, I can't do this. I'm gonna close my eyes. Don't believe in yourself.
You should over your eyes first. Yeah, that blue. Yeah.
I barely control that by the way.
Now jump. Stay in the lane. Which one? Pick any. Straight ahead. Straight ahead.
Uh-oh. Oh. Oh.
Sorry,
Oh.
guys.
Oh.
Jeez, oh my God.
Oh no!
He just killed the whole bunch of people.
3 office buildings with you.
We're good.
3.
We're good.
I don't think we're gonna be good for long.
Mechanical
This is such a cliche!
Yikes.
That is yikes.
That is also yikes.
Yeah.
Have you ever wondered where all of this violence stems from?
Whenever you have time, feel free to help me out.
But surely all this action and killing must come from something.
You know what, Zoe? Let's stay here and find the root for it all, shall we? I feel like I'm ready to do some serious soul searching right here, right now.
Just do the countdown already.
On 3. 1, 2, 3! Next time, I'm driving.
Flying a car for the first time, I'd say I did decently.
Oh my god.
Time to make my joints happy!
Oh.
Water bomb!
Oh, that feels
Oh
amazing.
man, I love water slides.
Oh! Look at... I jumped from the outside. I thought that was easier to do. That's not that one. Try the donut. That's only the donut. Oh, this is amazing.
Oh, can't we just chill here for a bit? Yeah, I can get used to this. A water slide? Quite random.
Water slide. There has to be a story somewhere here. Ooh, oh, there you can slide. Oh, I want to slide. Heck
Full
yeah.
throttle!
Oh, I almost fly out. Oh, perfect. There's a rubber ducky here. I saw a graphic point earlier. Can you graphic a rubber ducky? Let me try the other one. Priority sprang up a lot of time. Right. Like on the left, there's the rubber duck.
Hey there, little ducky!
Is there glory somewhere around here? Are you having fun with the duck?
Ducky.
Rubber ducky grind. There was no story up there with the sky.
I don't think they'll be.
Yeah, but they might be on like this, the last one. The last one was also like on a slightly different path. But I don't see any slightly different paths.
Another ducky.
Ducky! Oh, okay, alright, yeah. Oh!
about this, huh?
Dark. When does the sun come up?
Never. This is it.
Couldn't you make something, you know, nice?
This is nice to me.
This is kind of nice. This is pretty cool.
Enough rest. We need to find the glitch.
And get that sweet revenge.
Ah. Hang on with parts. And I'll just take this. Guess we're ready.
I spot the hotel that we need to go to.
Let me guess. You're not staying for breakfast.
Wait, this area looks like Wait.
Unexpected poop stations.
I don't have to touch it.
Oh. Actually, I'm going on the toilet. You toss me up to the hidden store.
Alright, I'm going in.
Where?
Behind us.
What's in here?
That green area.
Clean up my closet.
Oh my god!
I stink.
You can toss me when I'm in the toilet. That's a really rude way of interrupting someone. I see mushroom.
Mushrooms!
Thank you. Let's go.
Nah, that's fine. Just need to not slouch over.
Sit like you're supposed to be, don't be a shrimp. No.
Okay.
The wizards.
What now?
So, the inspiration for this story came from my family's love of hiking.
Uh-huh.
Have you ever been hiking, Mio?
There are no mountains in the city.
Oh, ever been camping then?
If you count tenting at music festivals, then sure.
That doesn't count.
Oh, we bumped together.
More trolls, Zoe?
Giants! Huge difference.
Are we sure we can trust
You should
these
wash his
fellas?
hand.
Oh, don't be a chicken. Let's go.
Okay.
Whoa!
This is all pretty and massive.
Look at you.
Oh. Ow. Oh, he's kicking.
Hey, watch it!
Oh, calm down.
Oh, his nose ring. I'm sorry, buddy. I gotta use your nose ring a little longer. He's grappling onto his nose. Oh, I see. You have to go further up east. Oh.
Oh, did I fall off?
Yep. I almost fell off at the end of
So,
it.
why do you think these side stories are popping up?
Well, didn't they say that the machine was never designed for two people at the same time?
Yeah, causing it to glitch.
I think that's our answer.
Hello. Okay.
9 seconds.
Huh. I guess hanging onto wood. Why did that fall off? Oh, What's happened? Why did I fall? Here. Oh. Oh.
This.
Oh. Oh. Okay. Alright.
Nice catch!
That's fine. Welcome back.
I realize now that this idea is about something more than just hiking, isn't it?
Do you always analyze every detail of your stories?
Of course I do.
What?
And I see now that
Impressive.
this is about how the big and strong guide the small.
Where I'm from, the strong prey on the weak.
Such a ray of sunlight, aren't you?
Always. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. I thought we could grapple to that, but let's hold on. Okay.
Whoa! What shoe size is that?
8 million.
Oh, we're on the fishing rod.
Zoe! What now? Well, like I said, it's an unfinished idea.
Okay. Cool. Okay.
Cool.
It is an unfinished idea.
Whoa! What a ride!
Remind me to never go fishing with you again.
Check it out, Mio. The Save Our Ideas plan seems to be working.
Nice. Now come on, let's find the glitch.
Hell yeah. I could follow me up. Hold on.
Terrible place for
I have to go for big goals. Don't you dare do anything weird. And now? Now it's gonna come pick us up. If you don't toss me. Please don't toss me into the cars.
Someone's in here! Turning upside down!
Ow!
I stink.
Okay. Get to the luxury hotel. Mini door. I like.
Move.
Oh. If you get too close, it stops.
Right.
Welcome. We have the presidential suite available.
What's this?
Just a receptionist, ignore her.
The customer is
Oh.
never right.
She destroyed you.
I got the
Hasta la vista, baby.
Robo Revolution. The customer is never right. Amazing. That's a lot of floors.
glitch and our glitch hunt.
What about it?
Do you think we'll need to go through your entire story to find it?
Who knows? But I'm prepared to do whatever it takes to break free.
I suppose we don't have much of a choice.
Ah. Hold on. 1 second. Please hold, because I have to play it like top-down game here, which is a little bit wacky.
Strange color on a burger.
Cosmic burger? You deserve it? Oh my god. Oh.
That's each spot.
Check it out.
Cyber ninjas are real?
Shut up! Don't blow our cover.
Oh, nice. Hold on. Oh my god! You're upside down as well, but I'm still on the... Oh my god.
Sideways.
Or upside down. Up.
Oh, finally.
It makes sense.
This is really trippy.
You're upset.
Hold on. Bucket we ball? I think it's stuck on the...
Yeah.
On the island. Oh, you're up here now. That works. Oh. Oh, that's cool. Oh, let me mash you. There we go. This is gorgeous. Oi!
Nice. We made it.
We're getting bikes.
Motorcycles.
Ooh! I like the ones with the glowy wheels.
Okay. We're entering
Those
the
look like
last part
ours,
of the story now.
With an epic
green.
finale.
Yep. We're stealing this bad boy so we can reach the crime boss and kill her.
We're taking one.
Of course. So, Mio, are you into fast cars and motorbikes in real life? Or are you a mechanic, perhaps? That's when you're not trying to be a writer, of course.
I'm not a mechanic. Dad is.
Okay. Now we're getting somewhere.
Hop on!
Wait, don't we need helmets?
So far.
You're squeezing too hard, Zoe. You gotta let me breathe. Sorry. Just don't crash. Get rid of incoming company.
Motion sickness is kicking in.
Don't throw up on me.
We gravel.
You're crazy. Just hold on.
Interesting round. I guess it worked.
Here we go again!
What a rush. Deal with them, Zoe.
Up the stairs.
Awesome.
I'm sorry, I almost... Oh, sorry. process that was the magic key way too late. Sorry.
I think I got this! Of course you do! Alright, walk up ahead! Get lost, suckers! There's the tower! That's where we're heading,
So
Zoe!
beautiful. Oh, I gotta go down. There's nothing. Thought bottom of the sign maybe further down.
Oh.
There's the tower! That's where we're heading, Zoe! Cool toys against guns, Zoe! I can't be picky right now!
You're doing it! Okay. My slippity slip.
Let's tear this up!
Yeah, that's what
We're not gonna make it!
Contracts are built for. Bravo.
Whoa! How cool are these screens? What are you talking about? Eyes forward! Forward! Get ready!
Just going.
Nearby.
Somehow you're still in.
What's going on? It's a self-destruct protocol! Major, Mamma Mio! Major! Well, we did steal it, didn't we? Can we stop it? Here! Hurry before it explodes!
Oh, I know the scene. Good luck is all I'm gonna say. I've never seen anyone get this done in time.
Self-destructive. 60 seconds.
What? Boxes?
Self-destructive. 50
And now
seconds.
fire truck? I do love drugs.
Crabs.
Self-destructive. 40 seconds.
Oh, man! Terms and conditions!
Self-destructive. 30 seconds.
Hold on!
Self-destructive. 20 seconds.
Focus, Zoe! I'm trying!
Self-destructive. 10 seconds. 9, 8,
Oh.
7, 6, 5, 4,
3, 2, 1. Executing self-destruct.
Wait! Self-destruct! Come on, Zoe! Jump!
I don't know if you even can do that in time. I'm kind of curious
What
then.
now? Improvise!
Sniper, alright.
No mercy!
Oh!
Alright, I can do this! I can do this! We need to reach the top, Zoe! Got it! And get your weapons online! How? There should be energy charges around!
There it is. There it is.
Oh, I think
gotta basically turn around. I am not 100%. With
Let's settle this debt once and for all.
I like perimeter.
When you control the money like we do, you control it all. Now, witness the unstoppable might of the SRI.
Oh yeah.
Get ready. She drives a tank. A what now? A tank.
That is cool.
That's a bulldozer.
Check out my most luxurious toy.
She had to own a tank. Well, I didn't expect to fight her myself when I wrote this.
Collateral damage.
Great, keep at it.
Oh.
Try to stay behind the tank. Jump.
Damn ninja!
I love to stay behind.
Cough up my share.
It's a little bit frustrating that you have to look at first and you don't see where you can find.
Incoming! Not so tough now.
Did you know how much this cost me? I'll make you homeless.
Randomly turned
Profit
around.
or die.
I'm never like actually behind her. I'm on the other side of the map.
Let me show you the real meaning of power.
Okay. Go go Power Ranger! Those legs seem awfully eatable.
How did I end up here? Hit those weak spots. Yeah, I'm trying.
A good cyber ninja is a dead cyber ninja.
I really want to.
You're making this very expensive for me. Get her from behind. You'll never stop me.
Whoa!
I failed to do
Time to end you once and for all.
Drop her sorry ass again. Oh dear.
This won't be accepted.
Ah!
But I own this city.
might stop.
Respect the SRI. The SRI will hunt you down.
me that this story is over now?
Yeah, it is.
There, the glitch.
Let's get it.
Thank you.
Can I ask you something? What's with all the debts and payments in this story?
Now you're gonna
What do you
ask
mean?
me Now?
Well, she
I'm
wanted
just
to ask in
curious
the
as
car
to what
already.
the story's about.
I told you it's a revenge story.
She wanted to ask in the car, but
Yeah.
in the car we're kind of busy with not drowning.
Yeah, but you could do the glitch and then you... I don't know. Seems like there's something more important right now.
Maybe, maybe not. It's fine.
That part I got, trust me. But what's it really about?
Nothing.
Oh, come on. You always put a bit of yourself into what you create.
I don't think that's true.
Wait, so you're telling me
It is.
everything we just went through wasn't inspired by anything?
Nope.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing at all.
Nothing at all.
I don't believe you.
I don't care.
Well, I kind of do.
Why? You don't know me.
Maybe not. But seeing as we're trapped here together, it could be useful to know what to expect going forward.
Can't we just get the glitch?
Well, you're not off the hook just yet.
Whatever.
Upsetty noise.
Yep. Those glitches are definitely doing something.
It seems to be expanding.
What is this? It's spreading. What is going on?
It's those glitches, sir. They seem to be finding more of them.
If they were to spread into the mainframe, it could jeopardize the entire machine.
Okay, that's it then. Let's just cut our losses and shut their extraction down, get them out.
Yes, sir.
Right away. It's not working.
What do you mean it's not working? Just get them out.
Sir, those glitches are blocking that command.
Then what are our options? Can we reboot the system?
We've never done a reboot while extracting.
Especially with people inside, it's way too risky, sir.
We could possibly lose every extraction.
God damn it! Is it possible to communicate with them?
Yes. Yes, we could broadcast their signal up to us, sir.
Set it up, and bring me all the information you have on these two.
He seems really stressed about our glitch hunt.
Good. Let him sweat.
So, what story do you think we'll go through now?
Last one was mine, so probably one of yours.
Oh, yes! I have so many good ones.
How can you be so excited by all this?
What? We might as well enjoy it while we're here.
Fair point. Mr. Upsetty, it's my pet screams.
Okay, there's nothing to worry about. Everything is under control.
Are you absolutely sure?
We heard you may be experiencing some issues with the machine.
No. No, everything is fine.
Do we need to remind you that we go public in 6 weeks, Raider?
We'll be under intense scrutiny. Not just from investors, but from everyone.
I'm well aware of that.
How did 2 people even get into one pod in the first place?
Just have some faith in me.
Keep us updated.
Always losing messages.
What the hell?
That's what I said. Monkey.
Oh my god! Is this fur? Zoe? What have you done to me?
Relax. I can explain everything.
Where are you?
Do you see the golden light? Yes! Over here! Yup! I'm a fairy! It's cute, huh?
Why did you turn me into a monkey?
You know, you can turn back into your human form. Like this.
How did you do that?
Just think of your human form, and you'll transform. We're shapeshifters. Amazing, isn't it?
This is a nightmare.
Give it some time, and you will come around.
Just tell me how we find the next glitch.
Let's find a way to meet up, and I'll tell you what the story's about.
Was it necessary to make me smell like a dog?
Come again?
Never mind.
Monkey.
Shiny.
Hey, together strong. Hello, Ivern. Oh,
force of nature.
Oh.
hello, first snake.
Neo, I presume? Oh, drop the pleasantries.
Can you treat it? Oh, damn. Hello, big Uno Bunga. Get your butt out of my screen. I can show.
Oh.
Ugh, stupid piranhas. I'm never gonna forgive you for this. Some fresh air will do you good, city girl.
Ow!
Rock and roll,
Oh, I thought
Boulder.
you were done already.
Yes, but you dropped the rock on top of me.
I didn't know I dropped her. It would roll forward. I thought it would just like hang there.
Not so bad being a shapeshifter now, huh?
I feel violated.
You know, I took inspiration for this story from when me and my sister were younger. We used to imagine we were different kinds of animals and...
Can we just skip to the end?
Oh, come on. I was just in your story and I didn't complain.
What?
You complained the whole time.
Yep.
True.
Anyway, welcome to the Underlands. Once upon a time, in a far distant land, magical creatures lived together in harmony until the evil Ice King arrived and cursed the land with ice, threatening all life.
Let me guess. Our quest is to defeat the Ice King in order to break the ice curse?
Exactly. Okay then, let's go save the world and find that glitch.
You're gonna love the Ice King.
But you heard Raider as well, didn't you? The glitch seems to be blocking them from shutting us down.
Yeah, and he seems a tiny bit eager to stop us from finding another one.
That's an understatement.
But at least now we know that we can actually break the machine and escape.
Hopefully.
Oh, you keep it. I can make it. Oh, okay, that just undid my thing. I have to press twice. I am coming. But I there's a wall to run along here.
Terror bird up ahead. That's a rare bird of paradise, Neo.
Oh, I love that roller. Also, there's Spike on the ceiling. Wait for Spike to be behind me, and then. No, other side. I need to get.
I can't see the other side.
No, you just have to wait till the spiky boy is on the other side of me, because I need to get to the bird.
Okay.
Can't go around it.
Oh, I...
Get lost, birdie! Sorry to bother you, beautiful.
Hello. That's quite exciting.
Shapeshifting seems to come naturally to you. It's humiliating. Can't you try and think of something, anything positive with all of this? Well, my pollen allergy doesn't seem to trigger in here.
And oh. Ah, I see. Thank you. I'm gonna hurry.
You got the hang of it.
Oh, I see. Okay, I gotta go back and forth. Okay. Let's try that again. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh my god. I jumped too far, I'm sorry. and then I have to pull it down for you. Okay.
Quite complicated.
Okay, that. That. Things I also have to like instantly drop down to these, so I'm gonna be too slow. Okay.
Really? Go that high?
Okay. This and then okay. Okay.
Keep it up, and I'll find you a banana. Don't.
No. No banana. I like it.
Whoa, whoa!
Hey. I grabbed it. When I grabbed it, I was close to the water. Do I got to run well? Again.
No! I suppose nature needs its nurture.
What just got on? Oh.
Okay,
No,
turn me
you
slow
gotta
and
stick
steady
on
now.
my thingy, I think,
Now,
because you can
please.
climb up and down.
Oh, I
Right.
thought it was just falling over.
The piranhas do really
Slow and
want...
steady, Otomio.
Oh, I heard you the first time.
I just don't want to become someone's brunch.
Okay, there's something tree thingy here. Oh, fuck me.
Alright. I got it.
Come on, swim.
Keep towing, Neo. Keep towing.
Swim. Oh. Okay.
Hurry!
Don't touch the
Hurry!
Jump back. That one's getting me. I gotta get around. Just stay back there for a second. Oh no, I think I see. You have to stay on that while I pull this thingy around that doesn't get eaten. Okay. Okay, hold on, let me try to get it back. One second. Okay. Then we over, then you jump, and then I got a tail. I can't get close to that. Oh. Stay down a little bit because there's speed. Alright.
Ahoy, Captain! Another side story up ahead.
I see it.
While the Ice King does need to be dethroned, a change of scenery is always refreshing.
There's something on the wall. Yes, there. Okay. Hello, this is my stuff. What is it? What wacky stuff is this? The bag. And things. Oh, love that. Oh.
Stabilize! Okay.
Parasword.
This is actually quite nice. Don't get too comfortable.
You want inverted again?
Okay.
I
We're here to
love
stop a bomb train from reaching its target. Is this like a train heist? A sci-fi train heist. Sure.
Just the train.
Oh, there's a ring. Oh.
Incoming mines! That's the train security defense. We need to blow it up. But like a violent train conductor? Yeah, more or less.
Blow up the train like a violent train.
Yeah.
I don't think train conductors like to blow up their own train.
The bomb is at the train's locomotive. All right, let's get it. Do a barrel roll or something.
Barrel roll.
After it.
With the ship.
Barrel.
The sides are blocked.
Whoa.
What a fall. There, catch that train.
Oh.
What the heck?
Nice. We got this.
Oh. I went legs first into the filler. Okay, so now. Can't make that. Noted.
Oh no! What do we do? Get your wings ready. Attack formation.
Whoa.
That's sick.
Dan
That's
Hung?
an impressive
Is
sight.
that you?
Get on that train now.
Sci-fi mode.
I prefer Dan Hung.
Don't lose your balance.
What? That's cool.
This does feel a little.
What the fuck?
Okay.
I didn't go as fast as I can.
Almost there.
Oh, great. Freeze point was like
Grab a ship.
evening out.
On
It
it.
went to the other way. I grabbed. Okay.
Let's get it.
Oh no! Oh. Oh, I was worried about friendly fire, but I think that's what it is.
Get that power up.
Now we're talking.
Wow. Oh.
Job done.
Okay. That one was fun. Okay. I was behind you and I wanted to see where I am, and I did. Shot myself. I don't like whacking up and down. I really don't like whacking up and down. I'm not doing a great job here. It goes on top of you.
That sequence would fit in a movie or something.
Oh, well, I'll be there opening night.
You would?
No, too violent. Way too violent. Anyway, let's dethrone the Ice King and find the glitch.
Yes, lead the way.
I think I have to go on top of something. I can't go under all of them. Do I also have to go on top of them?
Oh.
I'm too strong. Look at the burning tail. Oh, monkey.
I gotta admit, the simulated version of my world looks pretty spectacular.
Ah, you throw me off.
Yeah, too bad Raider wants to snatch it.
Because there is no sprint. Why am I so fast now? I was so slow before. Right. Perfect. No one died. What? Go, little fairy. Ooh. I think the path is small if the fairy has to crawl. Oh god. That was Spiky Boy.
Maybe glitter wasn't the best camouflage, Zoe.
Oh.
No nest for the wicked.
What am I doing?
Don't be scared.
That's just an egg. It's just an egg with wings. What are we doing? Oh no, okay. I see. Hold on, 1 second.
Hush, hush.
1 second. Oh, put the egg in here. I think we're helping the egg hatch.
Come to mama.
I think I go monkey smash.
Oh, yeah.
Gentle now.
Yeah, something so. I would get higher up. But I tried that one, that one just went back to its nest because you could already climb.
Who's a good chick?
It's something about Egg Boy, but how do we get Egg Boy out of egg? I'm gonna do some climbing. See if monkey finds. Hold grab. What is that left trigger thing?
Oh.
What is maybe one of the other X?
Oh
like
no, I know.
What?
Roost here.
Oh my goodness, that is kind of brutal. You want to time or you just wanna see? What?
They're like, yay.
How the hell did it survive that?
Yes!
It's fantasy. And they're fluffy.
Fantasy or not, still a bit cruel.
Yes.
I might have to rewrite this part when I get the chance.
No doubt. It's hilarious.
My god. Whoa, big tree. It's the world.
Great. You've led us into a dead end.
I can't believe it.
Oh, please tell me you know where to go.
Oh.
Zoe? Zoe!
Sorry. I just wasn't expecting this when I left home this morning. Whoa. Mio, meet Lord Evergreen.
So that is an
That's
apple.
a
The great
weird name
Deku
for a leaf
tree?
tree.
Yeah. I borrowed the name from an old tree me and my sister used to climb. You know, every summer we used to take...
Look. I'm sure this means a lot to you. But do I have to remind you that we're stuck in a simulation? We have to move.
Okay, fine. We need to go inside Lord Evergreen.
Seriously?
Yes. And it is only the true friends of the Underlands who know the secret passcode.
How secret? I feel like that's the knock pattern everyone thinks of first.
Cool, huh? After you.
Uh-uh. It's your story. You lead the way.
Happily.
Happily.
Ooh.
By the way, how did you get invited to Raider Publishing?
I got the email the same day as I got rejected from another publisher.
On the same day?
I'm used to it. I get rejections all the time.
The life of a struggling writer. I can relate.
Ooh, this is gonna kick ass. Step back.
Merge with nature.
Okay, this is the heart
Mama
of the
nature.
forest. The very essence of the wilderness.
Sounds intriguing.
Behold!
Oh, goodbye.
Zoe? Hey! Knock it off! Show yourself!
I am the tree.
Is that you?
Yup. I'm like Mother Earth now.
It is Mommy
and I
Earth.
make the rules.
Sort of.
Okay.
So, you control the environment now?
Yes. See me as your almighty guide.
Then take me to the exit.
Sure. But you forgot to say please, Tiny Mio.
Please. And don't call me Tiny.
Damn it. Damn it. Okay. Yeah. 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 Bravo. Oh! Hint win. Oh, hold up. Yeah. Take me up here and then. Ah. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Hold on. Okay. Monkey spin.
Oh, I didn't know it was there.
Was that you or was that random? Okay, stop it.
Monkey Mio, yeah!
Don't break my concentration!
Okay.
3.
Cool.
Where we go? No. Okay.
You do glowy? I think you're about to spin the trunk. Oh, there's cobweb. Don't give me that. Okay. Yeah.
Despite this simulation pickle we found ourselves in, I do believe we'll be all right in the end.
Hold on.
But we have no idea what it will take to escape this mess.
When in doubt, choose hope.
I'm not kidding when I say this, but I think your positivity might be...
Moving,
okay.
inspiring.
Yeah, that was not where I was going.
Remember, no one offends Mother Earth and gets away with it.
Please don't kill me.
Move. Oh.
Oh, and then I
So
have
you
to
get to
jump.
jump.
Yeah.
3, 2.
Woo! Nice. Okay. Oh!
Alright, stomp that stump.
Okay.
Stump.
Oh! Off I go.
On your feet, Mio.
Wait.
Can you shoot up the... Oh, you can... Nom? Nom?
Crunchy.
Oh, thanks, Zoe. Can you eat me? Oh.
Huh. It tastes a bit like wool.
Thanks.
You're making my fur pasty.
Actually, just...
Yeah. Oh no, it's not a... Oh, yeah, okay, we're like a boat. I am a boat. Oh!
Oh, you were just...
Okay.
Let's get over.
Getting over it. Funny that that's the name of a game like this.
No way!
Yeah, work those adorable
Okay,
legs.
I see. Sit down. Okay. Okay.
Oh.
On roll. Wobble wobble.
Don't get caught.
No, thank you. Get them to calm down. And then move with them, maybe? Do they get short?
No.
Oh, okay. Make
height.
yeah, make first one long. Come on, Tisha. Okay. Oh. Is it in the top? Okay, yes. Then I gotta grind. Go. Oh my god. And then it comes at the top.
Sucks being part of the food chain.
Monkey flag.
Did you miss me? Oh, yeah. Knew it.
Uh-huh.
They like each other a lot. Yeah, that's a stable bridge.
Whoa! Now walking trees. But of course. Yeah, that's sort of right. Sort of. Hey! There's a side story coming up.
Oh, funny.
By the way, Zoe, for a story about an impending ice age, like, where's the snow?
Yeah, hold on.
Well, the Ice King's Reach hasn't gotten to these parts yet. Why? I don't know, but shouldn't the bad guy have more presence in the story? If I ever want your feedback, I'll let you know.
And why are we so crazy? know it would help to look at your, like, own screen sometimes.
Oh, yes. Maybe a good idea.
That music! That was music.
Just...
Yeah. That beat.
What is this?
Gentlemen, I present to you our new and hopeful contestants. Let us all hope that this
Yeah, like it's more like GLaDOS. It's Tron suits with GLaDOS.
To survive.
Are you ready? I can't hear you. Woohoo! Let the games begin.
Alright.
Is this some sort of wicked game show? What? I have a soft spot for game shows.
Tonight, we're going to play Bomb Toss. The rules are easy. I'm going to give you a bomb. Then, simply go from A to B and put the bomb in the bomb container. Here, give it a try. Toss it to each other a couple of times. Feels good, doesn't it?
What?
You gotta catch it.
I didn't even know what to press.
Good job. Oh, and I should probably mention this minor detail. The bomb will explode if you hold on to it for too long. So without further ado, start the show.
Yay.
This night's gonna be something else. Can you feel it?
Can you tell me when you want to cross so I know when to leave you?
Oh,
Like,
great.
Oh, mind the
No, I couldn't.
Oh, come on!
I'll just put it in that way.
Fuse is getting short! Put the bomb! Chuck it!
The one that's rolled it up, the other person has to
kick it up a notch. Same thing as before, but with a sprinkle of extra fun. Everybody ready? I know I am. Let's go!
Stay focused. That was only the warm-up.
Only the warm-up!
Oh no, on top. Go.
Better toss the bomb before it's too late.
I've got the bomb!
Okay.
Lid's open!
Okay.
Breathtaking! Let's amp up
Noted.
the heat, shall we? Let's make things a bit more dangerous. And let wild emotions run, well, wild. All right, can't wait to see how this plays out.
I need to break through!
Never
I
expenses
didn't-
on pyrotechnics.
Okay, noted there's fire on the floor. Got it. Okay, we paused for the fire.
Running out of time!
Okay. That's good. Well, kind of
What's better than a game show? A game show on fire!
Yeah. Cool.
It's open!
You made it. Great. I just... Was that... Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Never mind. What a thrill to broadcast live, isn't it? Now, my hopeful contestants, meet a friend of mine.
Get ready, Zoe. Bring it on.
I have a mild feeling that it costs more bombs. Ah, okay. I assume he's gonna run towards the person with the bomb. That's good. Good.
The greatest show on this side of the Milky Way.
Dump the bomb!
Sweet.
How did that happen?
We're pretty good at
I don't
those.
think they could.
Oh, there goes GLaDOS.
I didn't do this. This is my neck on the line, not yours. You're gonna have to just get him on the line as soon as Oh, hey, we're back! Hello. Let's continue.
Oh, fuck.
Primetime TV show for the whole family.
No problem.
The #1 game show in the world that gives
We're
you
better than
certain
GLaDOS.
excitement and certain death.
We need to blow up that Jumbotron sucker before this whole arena collapses.
What would destroy us? Did I just stop us?
Yeah.
Then cost us destroy.
The people crave violence.
Okay.
No one ever escapes. This might get me fired.
Finish her, Zoe!
Alright.
So, did we win? Yes. Jump! What?
Perfect.
I thought game shows were supposed to be family friendly.
Nah, I don't do snooze fests.
Oh, you've made that quite clear.
Noted. Yeah, this specific area is like crazy tiny for like no reason.
Don't mind me. Oh.
Let me get there. Do we just do this? No.
Should just make that jump.
Modify. Dash first, then jump. Then come to the second time. But it doesn't really let me like. Now it does. Why did it let us do that?
Don't know.
So weird. So weird. Hold on. This one? This one. That's some sprinting noises. Well, that sounds really charming.
I beat up Charge.
Oh.
What?
Hold on to your socks, Neo. Zoe,
You're a
I think we're about to
literal
get boarded.
stick bug?
Get rid of them. Yeah,
Laser beam.
Zoe, you gotta clear the way now. Oh, I'm such a powerhouse. Damn monkeys.
They're gonna be fine though. monkey golem.
Oh.
Zoe, blast open the path! Now! We've been harpooned! They're whaling us! This is not a whale! Try and tell them that!
Stop. Stop.
Get them off
Stop.
me!
Get away. Don't touch my friend. Well, you're not currently, we're not even friends.
Oh.
God. No.
Oh, I've lost control! But you're the captain! Brace for impact!
Or tree thingy.
Stick bug.
Stick bug.
The literal stick bug.
Annoying monkeys.
Oh. Baby, it's cold
The
outside.
impending Ice Age. We're getting closer to the finale.
To the Ice King?
First, the Monkey King.
So there's an Ice
Oh, you're
King
gonna love him
and
too.
a Monkey King?
Cool, huh? Let me fill you in on the backstory.
Wukong.
So, my sister Ella loves monkeys, and I...
Like I
No.
said, you don't
Way
have
better.
to explain it to me.
What?
You know what,
Way
Mia?
better.
I'm
You'll
getting
see.
kind of sick of your attitude.
But none of this makes any sense.
Oh, like you're some expert writer now. Last time I checked, you're just as unpublished as I am.
I don't care about getting published right now. I just want to get out.
All I'm trying to do is tell you what I wrote so that we can be somewhat prepared.
Yo.
Look, I didn't mean to come off so harsh. It's just that being trapped in here is really getting on my nerves.
I get it. Now, I'm freaking out too.
Okay, so tell me about your sister and this Monkey King.
Right. Me and Ella always used to visit the zoo when we were younger. And there was this really old and very lonely chimpanzee that we used to feed. Until one day, they decided to put him down.
No. That must have sucked.
Yeah, it did. So when I wrote this story, I felt compelled to include him.
Okay. You lead the way then.
Monkey. Monkey.
So, how did you write this Monkey King then?
It's not like how me and Ella saw him. Rather, how we imagined him in his prime.
Is that a good or a bad thing?
I'd say good.
Oh,
believe it when
oh,
I
look
see
at
it.
me.
What the hell?
Monkey.
Actual monkey.
These monkeys will mess with us, won't they?
Oh, they have some monkey from there.
Yep. Expect straight up monkey business.
Monkey business with the Monkey King.
Oh boy. This ain't no lazy river.
Get that fur cleaned, Mio.
Why couldn't I grab on? Oh, you have to give me something? Oh?
Maybe don't block this.
Wait, I didn't know.
Oh, hold on. I gotta quickly. Okay, hold. Zoom! No
Oh,
zoom.
then I let go.
Zoom!
Me, otters do fly.
This otter does. Okay.
Whenever you have time, Zoe.
You fucking need, I'm right here.
Okay. I don't get automatically used out. I see wall.
Hey, they look like bear traps.
That sounds charming. I do love these, the bear trap. Really calming.
Check it out, Neo. The Ice Palace.
The Ice King sure seems to have some taste.
Oh, is this saving the world quest growing on you?
Please. The story is about as deep as a bird bath.
Oh, then it should be right up your alley.
Hey.
Shots fired.
Whoa! It snapped. It wanted my booty.
Oh, these piranha fellas again.
Oh, hold on.
Go, go! Oh no!
It goes down, so you have
No, there's more.
Oh,
You go
yeah.
activate.
I see it.
Hurry! Next one!
Can you go to an island? I didn't see any others. Okay, this one.
Come on, come on! Pick up the pace!
When I went past it. Okay. This. And then I don't see anything.
Oh, apparently I made it. Okay.
Right! These bushes!
Right.
What's this now?
Oh my goodness, look at my position.
Ow.
My position in the bush though. Look at me face first in the... Look on my side of the screen, I'm just face first in the dirt. I don't know what that gives us, but can you do something with that flower again? Oh. Alright. Down. Up. Oh. I didn't see that. I held on. 1 second.
Work your tree magic, Zoe!
Alright. Yeah.
Hey, do you ever go for walks in the forest?
Never. But there's a shady park 2 blocks from where I live.
What the heck?
Can't get that.
You don't have to get that one. Like, I have to smash. Huh. Okay. I guess I exist.
I did die. That one.
Intro.
Really?
Really?
Damn, this monkey's so different.
That's for throwing poop!
You guys.
Lucky for you, this snowball isn't yellow. Eat this!
Look at me bouncing, monkey. He looks so stupid. Can you balance a tree?
No, don't touch the log!
I see.
Okay, This is the trial to gain an audience with the Monkey King.
Sure, let's rise to the occasion.
Nice. Okay. The first one needs to be on blue, the second one on yellow, the third one on red. Can't stop it.
Right.
I should probably start on the third one. Because that needs to be... Fine. Okay. So that goes on red.
I think that fits.
And then I'm just gonna try to... Oh, you can't hold it on forever. Okay. So I gotta do this one, then you hold this one, then I'm gonna try to stomp yellow, and then I'm gonna try to stomp blue.
That looks correct.
It's the other way around.
You gotta hold the yellow one? Okay. I think you gotta maybe swap holding, because there's no way I'm gonna go in time with the red one.
I had to already.
It was there first. Why was it not counting?
Right.
Oh, do you have to freeze them in the right position? Ah.
Okay.
Okay, we don't need it at the same time. Just
Why'd you ask?
freeze.
Well, let's just say that now is not the time to pull a hamstring.
Is it ever?
The other one was about to run out.
Okay. I thought you could only just like hold them and then that's it. Okay.
Stupid traps! The throne room of the Great Monkey King is right up ahead. Be on your best behavior, please.
I promise I'll try.
Like
this
Ooh, abba-da-boo-boo!
Abba-da-boo-boo!
I love this part!
No,
Witness the eighth wonder of the world, the Pinky Ring Bling, the King of Sting, the Monkey King! Anyone who wishes to pass through my lands must first prove themselves worthy. And so, your fate will be decided on the dance floor.
What? But I can't dance! Your monkey can!
DJ, drop the music! Let's see if you can match my moves. Jungle style. Fantastic. Great focus.
Going diagonal is a little bit hard.
Alrighty, let's turn it up.
I'm gonna be a little bit careful because otherwise I'm going places I don't want to be.
Yeah.
You see, practice does make perfect.
Almost sounds a bit like David Hatch.
Catching on. No, that's not what I showed you. be a great instructor. Love it!
So?
It demands skill to mirror the king. But can you do the conga?
Can you feel that? What's happening? Our bodies! They match the rhythm! I can't stop dancing! It's great, huh?
Oh, innocence.
Yeah. Then the fact.
Oh, hold on. I feel like I'm being noisy. This should be like... Okay, we can't cross.
Get back here!
We can't cross our monkeys.
Bring the party to you.
You also can't walk into your own room. I'm gonna make space for you.
Come on! Follow me!
Everybody conga. All right. Someone also loves to be the center of
You're walking in a circle, I'm going in a square.
I'll be your captain!
I'm gonna stay here for now.
The longer the conga, the better.
All in line!
Oh, then we have all our time.
Follow me, fellas!
I'm just gonna walk into one.
And a one, and a two.
Oh, like that.
Ooh! Dance party!
Oh, yeah.
Right on, you got it. Now let's get freaky. Let's get the groovy. Let's disco. Strike a pose. Come on.
Follow
Okay,
the
it's
king!
pointing in the direction.
Do you feel it? Do you feel it? Do you feel it? Huh? Do you feel it? And down, up, left. Bodacious bouquet. And right, up, right. Funkadelic.
Funkadelic.
Now that was slick. Let's turn up the heat and make it hot like the Arabian desert. As sweet as dates.
I tried belly dancing once. Focus. Focus, Mia, focus.
And right. Down. Right. That's it. Fantastic, Habibi.
Fantastic, Habibi.
And left. Down. Left. Steady. Shimmy, shimmy, shake. Yalla, baby. But you can't dance if you can't break dance. Let's go.
Oh my god. You can do everything.
Oh yeah. The bomb, homie. The bomb, homie.
Don't lose the flare! Oh god, I need a stretch.
And down. Left. Right. Oh yeah. And left. Down. Left. Yeah! That's gonna be the dance off of the century.
You've got some moves too, King!
You've earned your passage through my lands. Now, go and save the Underlands and end the Ice King's reign. High five! Down
Yeah.
low. Too slow. Ain't that Ice King now? Ha!
That was brilliant! You're crazy. Let's go, this way. Oh, and by the way, for someone who can't dance, you sure brought some sick moves. Mio?
Oh my goodness, Mio had fun in a fantasy story.
Holy shit, she had fun for once in her life?
Crazy.
So, you're into dancing?
I was actually quite the promise back in the day, you know? You should have seen me.
What happened?
Well, I did it professionally for a while, but then life sort of got in the way.
I know the feeling.
I do miss dancing some days.
Left.
But what can you do?
To the left, to the left.
Include it in your story.
Oh, it's getting colder for sure. I knew I should have brought my mittens.
Hey, give me my money back.
I'm slot machine. Oh.
Yeah.
No. Come on, come on. Place your bets. Look, a one-armed bandit. Banana strike!
Banana.
Yay! So much banana.
Spin it to win it.
I love that you're playing the game, but I'm busy gambling, sorry.
Of course, I know.
Oh. Oh, you didn't? You did already hit the banana stone.
I will get this. Don't worry.
We need the yellow. Go hit the yellow. Do it again.
What?
I believe in you.
Come on.
Come on, I believe in you. Liam, thank you so much for the follow.
Oh, jeez.
But again,
Oh, almost.
we are gambling and split fiction.
on.
That's what's happening here.
And losing.
Go hit the yellow.
Shoot.
Yep. I'm bonking my head on the thing. Oh. You think you're gonna spin better if you do that?
Bother.
You can't even reach it.
Bruh.
Oh, jeez.
I'm watching patiently.
Ooh, ooh.
Oh.
Bloody.
So close. Rats.
Rat. In the base.
Rats in the basement, yes.
Bloody.
I believe in you. Come on, you can do it.
Shoot.
I will just do this the rest of the stream.
We're already over stream time, but the gamble needs to be done now. We need to finish the gamble.
Rats.
I'd like to at least finish the ice cream, then I think we have the story done.
Yeah.
What? Oh, bother.
jeez. Really?
Kill the Gamba.
Oh, jeez.
Right.
We can keep swapping.
Damn it.
We will get it one day.
Shoot.
There's no Steam achievement behind this. I'm gonna be real sad.
Yep.
Nah.
Oh, you can't. I can't spin the table on your own. Come on.
Ugh.
This one for sure. Are you kidding me?
Oh, bother.
I like how I'm just quietly spinning her, just like, man. Ah, dang it.
Shoot.
I don't think so. He would be a good gambler.
Oh, jeez.
She would be good for the house. Come on.
Rats.
Oh. Oh, Zoe.
Oh, bother. Come on.
A monkey can do it?
I think you're a little too tall or a little too small.
Then I can't.
Oh!
Yeah! Oh.
There's no achievement for hitting both.
Not even a special thingy? I am upset.
I know. Tap on check Steam 1 second. This is there's that. Hello?
What?
Take the snack. Yeah, that's fine. I'm just blocking your center screen. You're good. You know, just watch Oblivious.
No, but I can't move.
Something with. Oh!
Aren't you
Right, there's
forgetting
references
something,
in the other
Zoe?
like co-op escape games.
Mm-hmm.
Insult injury, provocation.
Friendly push, monkeys run.
Just 1 bird and 3 stone. I don't want to miss the birds. Going whole hog, let it rip. There's something about the pardon piggy. Monkey strong, friendly push. Can I slap you off something?
Oh.
I'm gonna need a bigger pose. Alright. Sitting on the bench. There's nothing about the Gamba. Why no Gamba? Oh! Oh! Okay, that came
right.
a little bit late. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up.
I can't jump, apparently.
Apparently.
Okay. I'm not prepared.
Need to go move first.
Whoa!
All right, that's the gate to the Ice Palace.
Oh, fancy.
No else.
Way better.
You know.
I watched streams playing
By the way, Zoe.
Yeah?
like ages ago.
Is this by any chance the story you submitted to Raider? No. This is an early story of mine, from when we moved away from the countryside.
And you wrote this because you missed home?
Sort of. But it was a time when life was simpler.
Hey, Zoe! Look how far I can throw it!
Snowman.
Oh, that's a mama bird going to feed her chicks!
Oops.
Neo!
What? What the fuck?
Monkey was fine. Oh my god. Also, I want to know what the monkey's strong one is. That like trying to push. Can I like?
Oh.
Can I like mess with your carry arm? Like, oh. Clean that up right now. Oh.
What the fuck?
Monkey is too strong. Oh, so if I perfectly hit you, I do smash you. Okay. Oops.
That's some flashy front door.
Oh, a big baddie needs a fitting palace, don't you agree?
Sure, but how do we get in?
The Ice King's full of tricks. Then again, so are we.
Oh, I need to.
No, no. I need to smash. Well, see inside or something. Sure, I don't need to smash.
Glitter's always an option. Oh, we've got a
No,
timer.
I do need. The two dots with a on the left. Oh.
We're running out of time.
Okay, let's reset. I know what's and I can see.
That's right.
Hey, didn't we solve it?
Okay.
The Ice King's
Not the
mocking
very
us
left one.
somehow.
Is that the timer? The very left one. Pop that one once. Pop it again. Okay. There just needs to be one of each. Does it need to be in order? Hi.
I don't know.
There's one of that.
Clock's ticking.
I feel like it needs to be just one of each symbol. Maybe just try in order?
You can do something.
Yeah, I can smash them in once they're unlocked.
Oh.
Oh no, that one's the three blind dot, the wiggling one. The tree. The broken circle. And the line. Okay, I see.
Hustler, hustler.
What is Kitty doing? Oh, it's that kind of game. Okay, hold on.
No, you can't.
Okay, we go this way, we go this way, then we go back. And this way. Yes, okay. Hold the one left.
I
with the
know
block.
this from somewhere.
That's because it's awesome.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold the one left. Now in front of the block. Opposite of Whoa!
Cat.
Hi, cat.
Can't see anything, cat.
And then once again, opposite of me. That one. You're on.
Right.
Easy. Is there a bench somewhere? Just sit down, have a rest. Watch out. That's the way to continue. There is a bench here. Beautiful. Is your fairy plant? Beautiful.
Some hot cocoa would sure hit the spot right now.
Alright.
Ooh, I prefer tea.
I can do tea. With some honey. Ooh, some lemon.
Add maybe ginger to it?
Sure. Why not?
Oh, too bad we didn't bring any.
Yeah. Too bad.
That's pretty.
Ooh, I'm freezing. Let's roll out.
Yeah. Let's dethrone the king.
Monkey.
No.
Guess what? Well, I'm kind of looking forward to meeting this Ice King. I mean, you've been hyping him up.
Oh, don't tell me you're the type that root for the villains.
Well...
We are fucking villain. Hello.
Thanks.
I did.
Right.
Don't lick the metal.
Why? Why not lick the metal?
We stop.
Why not lick the metal? Sounds like a great time.
When I was a kid, I accidentally licked a
Okay, full story time.
Accidentally licked them.
Street light and wah!
Check it out, Mio! Another side story!
Side story. Well,
I like what I'm seeing. A lot of side stories. Damn.
Mio? Really, Mio? Again with the explosions! And this could be my biggest one yet! That's just peachy!
Sorry, I just can't do that. My stories, no one That looks really healthy.
Is that a sun?
A dying sun.
You outdid yourself this time. Remember, kids, always use sunscreen. Okay, what are we even trying to achieve here? The sun is about to go supernova. Yeah, I do detect some crankiness in the air. Our mission is to neutralize the core, or the entire planetary system will be obliterated. Oh, what a lovely premise, Mio!
Very comforting, this map. Lovely.
Holy crap! No veggies for the lab people today.
Great,
Oh shit!
Okay. Did you have this one for a second? I feel like it's kind of going to more frequently. Yeah, look at this.
But isn't this concept wild? Oh crap! Brace yourself!
Okay. Thanos snapped by a sunrise.
Zoe, watch out!
Okay. Wait a second. Perfect map. Lost. I'm glad we're just still different and undefeatable or something. Oh yeah. I'll be right there.
What's the theme behind this story? No theme.
Yeah.
Just action. No origin to this unstable spectacle. Nothing inside that wants to break free. Yeah, I consider myself pretty stable. Oh, stable. Yeah, like a dying sun.
Maybe if we both hold on at the same time.
Okay.
Let's wait for more explosion.
more frequent. Yup, we're running out of time. Oh dear.
Come on. Okay.
Keep pushing. I am.
What the heck? Everything is perfect.
Short breather? No.
We have to cover everything.
That was 5.
Shit.
Noted.
My freckles are blooming.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, let's wait one more.
Use the shields.
Oh, is that an alternate?
Shields. Damn it, devil.
Okay, one second.
Hurry! Final push! Go, go!
You start.
Shield, shield! Shield, use the shield! Keep pushing! I'm trying!
Okay. We spamming.
Did we fix it? Yup. No biggie.
Wouldn't call that fixing, you know? But close enough. Fine. Just black hole.
Blow it up.
Yeah.
What's the worst that could happen? Literally the worst thing that could happen.
Just implode the sun like nothing ever happened.
What in the world is going on in your mind? What? That was epic.
It was kind of epic, but also
you'll
if
get
you live
over
in the
it.
story, they really fucking scary.
Yeah, you're dead.
Mm.
Even if you survived anything in like...
I mean, if you get spat out like that, I mean, things survive, it's still scary. Yes, we
This architecture is some premium stuff, Zoe.
Don't get fooled by the glamour. It's created by pure evil.
Sure, but the Ice King's got flair.
Oh, that's not theirs. That's frozen. Let it go.
Okay, Mew. The throne room is up next. All right, let's dethrone the king.
Fucking...
I needed to be.
Be on your guard. He's hiding somewhere.
So, what is the Ice King's deal? Apart from his interior design.
He is the most evil and dangerous menace alive. And if not defeated, the entire Underlands will fall into eternal winter. Neo? Look what I found. Step away from the cat. Aren't you the cutest? That's the Ice King. This little guy? Get out of here. I based him on our neighbor's cat. That devious little monster was always up to mischief. Stalking us, killing birds, mice, squirrels, everything.
Zoe, we are not killing a cat.
Pet me or die, human.
What?
Pet me or die.
Whoa. Take it easy, Snowball.
Oh, death it is then. Whoosh! May I ask who dares disturb me without giving me cuddles?
We're here to end your icy reign of terror once and for all.
Rarely do I ever get humans on my menu. Oh, poor me. But, sweet lord, today must be my lucky day.
He shapes
Sweet
too.
little.
The pearl is his source of power. We need to destroy it.
Kitty wants to play. It's showtime.
Whoa! This doesn't feel like playing! Just stay alive! Snowball has lost his mind! Strike him already, Neo!
Oh! Punch in his face.
Bring it to the runway! Don't you just love me? Gifts from above!
Oh.
You yelled to me that I should get in the water. Monkey punch.
Aw, no. Don't let him trick you. Shoo!
Kitty.
We did it! Once more, hope of spring has returned to the Underlands, and everyone can live happily ever after. You gotta admit, feels kinda good, doesn't it? What does? Saving the world.
It had its moments.
You can do better than that.
All right, the monkey part didn't completely suck.
I knew you'd come around. The glitch.
Finally.
I'm gonna miss this place.
Let's get out of here.
And let's see where the glitch gets us, and then I think for the next world we're gonna call it.
The situation is still not solved.
Look, I've got a plan. We're going to get them out.
I don't like where this is going.
First, we have accusations of the machine stealing ideas, and now this.
It's not about ideas. Ideas are easy. Everybody has them. We're extracting creativity from thousands of minds, all working for us to create masterpieces that you can live, touch, feel.
Sir, they're coming back.
On my way. I gotta go. Just trust me.
Don't trust me.
Just trust me, bro. Yep.
Whoa. I wonder how many more hits it can take.
I don't know, but we're gonna find out.
Okay, we're ready.
Hit it.
What was that?
Mio? Zoe?
Hello?
Hello, this is Raider, CEO of Raider Publishing. Do you copy?
We do.
Great. Firstly, I want to apologize for this minor inconvenience. But rest assured that we are working on a solution. However, in order to provide you proper assistance, I need you to discontinue your pursuit of the glitches. It's only making our situation worse.
You can cut the crap. We've heard you the entire time.
You what?
We know that you just want to extract and steal all of our ideas, you crook.
No, you've got this all wrong. We only want to help you get published. I'm on your side.
Listen here, we're breaking out. And if we destroy your machine at the same time, so be it.
Yeah, you brought this on yourself.
Wait, Mio, I might be able to assist you with your father's situation. We looked you up. And if it's financial assistance you require, I might be able to help you.
You could?
Yes. And all you have to do in return is stop pursuing the glitches.
Liar.
Isn't that why you came here in the first place? To get paid? What if I told you that we could get rid of all your problems today?
He's bluffing.
It's your choice, Mio.
Mio, listen. Everything he's told us, the publishing deal, the offer to assist us, it's all been lies. He only wants to take advantage of us. You said it yourself.
Yeah. Screw this guy.
No, you can't do this! Stop this madness right now! I will not let you ruin my life's work!
Good chat. Very productive.
Wait, I will find a way to stop you. Do you hear me? I will find a way to stop you, goddammit!
Haha, deserve.
If I blow.
Mio? What is this? What's happening?
Listen up, soldiers! This is Operation Final Dawn! Tonight, we go down in history! Yes, Captain! Our intel tells us that the God-forsaken mechs have invented their ultimate weapon. It is a toxin.
Get ready to drop. What? We're gonna get hit by a rocket any second, and everyone will die.
Everyone will die!
What? We're all gonna die?
Oh, no, don't listen to her. Everything is gonna be fine. We're all gonna be fine.
Hey, if I die, please tell my wife and my son that I love them.
Really, Mio?
Our mission! Seek and destroy the source of the toxin! Are we clear?
Wow.
Oh my God! Zoe, drop! I'm not doing this! Push the button!
We drop in T-minus 60 seconds!
No! No!
Okay, I guess we're doing that first to land.
I see backup! We're not doing this alone! You're all gonna die! All of us! Only the heroes will survive the drop! I don't feel like a hero! Come on!
Right through the middle, I guess. Okay.
Yeah.
Look, Zoe! That's the facility where the toxin is made!
Drop in the wall. Right. Alright, there's no like spot to stand, yeah. If you go through some place we I don't know what it is. did say saving. Cool. That was 4 hours.
4 hours.
That was cool though.
Yeah.
That was really cool.
Great game so far.
Yep. I definitely want to continue this. Okay, cool. Then we're gonna go end it here. And take a rest and move around.
Yeah.
Because someone has been stuck in an awkward position for the last 4 hours.
Yes.
So we will see you all next week.